Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the channel for some live trading. Do me a favor, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and we are ready for the open. Got a few of our stats figured out from Edgeful this morning. We will be gapping down from yesterday's close. Bias right now is looking to go fill some of that gap. But we'll see what the morning brings us. 9 a.m. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Oh, unmute the mic. There we go. Okay, so on TradingView, Tradify account, $105 needed to pass, and trading some evals on top one, and my Ignite funded accounts on the left side. If we get our $300, $250, $300 profit in these funded accounts, I'll move over to my straight to funded accounts and see if we can't find a trade for those as well. Looks like we are staying that bottom 25% of the move down from yesterday's closing price. See what happens at the open. Watching the 15-minute charts on TradingView, looking to get back above the 15-minute 9. And the 2-minute chart is my entry chart. Risk 125. There we go. Reward 20. That's all we need to pass that account. So we'll find the right trade for that one. And we have our indicators. Let's see, our 2-minute chart. Let's turn off the 15-minute orb, the opening candle, and the initial balance. And concentrate on the 5-minute orb and see what it does. I'd love for us to open up, create a 5-minute orb, break out, and see a fair value gap created through the 25% of the opening gap. But we will see. We shall see. Got me a new office chair that rocks so I can get nice and comfy. Got our new boom mic, which sounds a whole lot better. Let me just throw in the general, let everybody know that we're live. Okay. I hate the chip being up there. Don't like it, don't like it, don't like it. Anybody watching on YouTube, do not follow my trades. YouTube has a delay on it. So by the time you hear me entering a trade, I will have already been in it for about 30 seconds. 10 minutes to the open. Yep, I definitely need my third monitor so I can run YouTube and OBS strictly on one monitor. Since I have trading accounts with two prop firms. I need to have multiple monitors just for the trading accounts and one monitor for streaming in Discord and YouTube. So that I can watch everything at the same time. Let's see if we can get cumulative volume delta there. Yes, it will let us. Awesome. Move paint up one. I like to have the cumulative volume delta on the shorter time frames to look for divergence in price and delta. It's usually good for at least a small scalp. So price broke that low, but delta hasn't. Price is way above that low. And delta is still way up there. So we definitely have divergence coming there. Right at the open. See what the delta does at the open with the opening orders. But right now we definitely have divergence on the lower time frame. We do have this 4-hour fair value gap down below us. That has been untouched for quite some time. But man, is that going to be a move to get down there. 255. That's another 255 points. That's 760 on the day. To completely rebalance it, it's over 800 points on the daily range. Delta is starting to pull down now. If we get below that, we will no longer have divergence. Trading view chart, just make sure so everybody can see. Tradify account risk is set to a normal funded account risk now with a risk of 125 on 5 micros. And the reward I've set at 120 because I only need 105 to pass the account. So I can place that trade and go to my other charts to place trades without having to worry about managing it. We have broken the low, so we need to move our dealing range down. But I ended up moving the top, and I should have done that. Let's just move this one. Oh, where'd you go? Come here. Oh, that's why. Damn. Move that up to here. And we'll move the bottom to wherever price happens to be at the open. 2.5 minutes. Court lounge. Hello. Oh shit. That's why. Let's get that fixed first. Microphone. Okay. Now we got our mic fixed on Discord. Aha! I would love to see us come up in fair value gap through the 25% of the gap. Because that it would usually indicate a breakout gap to go fill the opening gap for the day. And that would be a breakout of all this consolidation's high. We've manipulated to the downside. Let's see if we now just go and gap up through the 25%. And we are open. Opening price is right there. We'll lock in those quads until we see how much of the gap we fill. Looks like we are going to push down to that 4-hour fair value gap. We're going to hit 800 points on the daily range. I would certainly expect a reversal from there, just because of the daily range we're going to be hitting, and the last 4-hour fair value gap that needs to be rebalanced if we even get down there, which I think is going to be nuts to open 800 points on ATR through the overnight and at the New York Open. I'm certainly not going to trade to get down there, even though I think we possibly could. Just not going to do it. What I really don't want to see is us make this big ass move and then just settle into consolidation all morning long. Look at her go. Look at her go. 628 points on the day. I'm going to go ahead and go long here. Put a stop below at the bottom of the opening gap. I move my stop to break even. Taking out break even. I'll be ready to re-enter. If we hold the bottom of the gap or create this fair value gap here. Also, I push off of the 9 EMA and so basically push above and then come back and hold it. The 5 minute has been made. Now is when I would like to see us push off the 9, create this 2 minute fair value gap and fair value gap through the 25% of the gap. I'm going to go ahead and re-enter the trade here. And I'm going to risk a little more than 125 because I need to pull my stop down below the 9, below the fair value gap, and below the opening gap. If this opening gap doesn't hold, getting back inside of it, then we very well could go down and touch that 4-hour fair value gap. It was a huge buy wick on the 15 minute and a break above the 15 minute 9. Even if it's going to manipulate to go down and get the 4 hour, I'd like to see us break above the consolidation range for manipulation, which would hit my target at that point. That is a break of the 5-minute orb by wick and close. See how far we pull back here. Like to stay above the 25% of the 5-minute orb now that we've broken through the top of it. Hold the 9, hold the 2-minute gap, and hold inside the range as well. There's a good chance we come back to 50%, but I'm not going to risk that. If we fall below the fair value gap and the opening gap, I just don't, I can always re-enter the trade. Got 3 minutes left in the 15-minute candle. Not looking good for us on this trade. Gosh, we did enter before the 5-minute gap was made. That is a rebalance of a 2-minute gap. And a touch of the opening gap. We are closing above the 25%. So far, all the closes on the 2-minute have been above the 25% of the 5-minute orb. One minute left in the 15-minute candle. This could also create the fair value gap to break to the upside of the orb. Let's hope so. No, we already hit the wick. I didn't see how big that wick was on the other side. Would love to see the 15-minute close above the 15-minute 9. Got 30 seconds to do so. That's not going to help. No, we do at the least have a bullish engulfing candle. On the 15-minute, that's a nice little push up. Can we get past the 25%? I'm going stop break even. And oh shit. Boom. 50K Tradeify growth account passed. All right, switch over to our funded accounts. I am going to wait here for a moment and make sure we make a fair value gap through the 25% range of the gap, which would be considered a breakaway gap since it is also breaking structure from the consolidation, pre-market consolidation. So I want to see us form a gap here, even if it's a little one. Come on. Oh, you bastard. All right. Well, we are back inside the orb. The 25 to 50% needs to hold here, and I may even take it if we close above the 25% level. Even though we didn't make a gap, I may trade this from the 25 to the 50% level of the gap. See what. So the probabilities of. Where's my edge full? Let's just throw it up on one of these screens real quick. The probabilities of the retracement on the orb. If we go to MYM, we'll go to opening range, breakout. That is on the 5-minute. And if we go to buy retracement, 50% of the time we'll hit the 25%. After we break out to one side, 42% of the time we'll hit the 50%, and 26% of the time we will go to 75% retracement. So these are the levels. This is the 25% that we just hit. The 50% is below this fair value gap, so I would not want to see that fair value gap inverted. I don't mind if we sweep down real quick to the 50%, but I wouldn't want to close below that fair value gap, especially not making a bearish fair value gap to do so. And I can go turn on the 75% of that indicator just in case we need it. I usually don't have it turned on because if we break the 50%, I'm usually not real confident in taking the trade back up to the upside. We did rebalance the 15-minute fair value gap up here. Pretty darn close, maybe within a few points. So that fair value gap's been rebalanced. To complete 50% of the gap, we need to at least touch the bottom side of this fair value gap, which we also have our major 15-minute order block up in here. We'll just have to see how this plays out. Really, really, really like to see this fair value gap hold, stay inside the gap on closes. I don't mind wicking, but I don't want to see this thing close and invert that first presented fair value gap. If we do that and it doesn't immediately reverse as a fake flip, then I think we could be going down to hit that 4-hour fair value gap first. Could always be wrong there, but we were pushing towards it. We just didn't get there. There is our bearish, but we did not completely invert the bullish gap yet. So we could hit the 50% and bounce back up. Let's see what happens at 50% of the orb. Let me get this back off of my screen. So trading view, let's just sit over here for a moment because we're not going to be trading any of our accounts right now. Take a screenshot so I can throw up the good news in Discord this morning. Ooh. So we now have 5 funded accounts. All 50Ks. All end of day drawdown accounts. And a couple of them already in profit, so that's always nice. Move this over here so it's not interfering with the charts. I'm pretty sure we are on the trading view charts. Yep, okay. General. Next. 50K. 25 eval. Passed. On the open. All right. Looks like we may be headed down to get that gap. We've hit 75% of the orb. So this may be a double break day on the orb if we're going down to get that fair value gap, or if we hold at 75%, then because that would be an OTE entry, right? So if we're looking at ICT concepts, we had our push up off the open. We take it to the high, and the 66.2 and the 7.0 are right here. Wicking below it doesn't matter. If we can stay, no bar closes below the 7.0 and we start heading back up, we would expect it to go back above the 50%, possibly pull back to retest the 50 and then head to the 0.27, which would be up around the 50% fill of the gap. And the percentage of the probabilities of filling 50% of this gap are pretty high. So I would love to see price stay above the 7.0 here on closes. Yeah, it's just barely a close below. And then reverse, get back above the 2-minute 9, retest back into the 2-minute 9, right around the 50% of this fib, and then start pushing up. I would wait to enter till we break the 5-minute orb again. Or at least, at least invert this gap, and then maybe wait for a pullback into the inverted gap to retest the 50, depending on how price looks, how strong it's getting if we do that. And we could trade all the way back up to the 50% gap fill at the 0.27, which is just about 10 points apart from each other at this point. So several different concepts lining up together here if it actually holds up. If not, like I said, we got this 4-hour gap down here where I would absolutely just about bet everything I got that we'll get a reversal off of there to head back higher on the day. Because again, that's going to be anywhere from a 700 to an 800 point ATR on the day, or DTR, daily trading range, on something that averages 619, unless we get some really bad news coming out of somewhere. I would not expect us to get through this 4-hour gap down here. From the midline of the gap at that support level at 046, the bottom of the gap is at 46,000. I will be taking a long if we hit the midline of that gap, because I have a 50-point stop loss, and I would even pull that down just a little bit and risk a little bit more than $125 if we decide to actually rebalance the gap. All right, we've closed below the 7.0, so I can take that fib off the chart. It's no longer in play. I think we are going to go down and grab at least a portion of that fair value gap. If not touch and go, I would love to see us come down and hit the midline of that gap so that I can enter the long there. I forget how sensitive this mic is, so when I'm chewing on ice, you guys are probably hearing the crunchity crunch. Well, there's a double bottom. Man, that would be crazy if we just came back to the bottom of the 5-minute orb and then just took off. without touching that gap. But that is a color change and a big rejection off of the 15-minute 9 as well. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, looks like we might close above 50% of that buy wick. I don't know. I want to see us come down here and hit this support level so bad, and then just bounce and take off back to fill at least 50% of that gap. But the way price is acting right now, I don't trust a long. Now, if you do look at the gap itself on the 15-minute chart here, sure I'm on the TradingView charts, I am. Right now, we have been closing right at the bottom of that gap on the 15-minute chart. So we've only got 1 minute left in this candle. So now if we close, looks like we're going to, that is a rejection off of the 50% level of the orb and the 2-minute 9. Yeah, I don't see us going back up until we touch that 4-hour fair value gap. So any breakout to the bottom side of the orb, even with a fair value gap, I don't know if I would take short. Just because of where we're at, I would rather miss a winning trade than to take that short. Because we are at the daily trading range limit, and that's going to be a very, very strong 4-hour fair value gap. And it may create a smaller time frame fair value gap to get down there, because usually when we do go to take a liquidity sweep like that, it will typically be a faster move. This, isn't exactly fast, so, but we still have from the bottom of the orb, 130, 35 points just to touch the top of the fair value gap. 130 to 030. Yeah, basically 100-point move to get down to the midline or the support pivot. I just don't trust anything until we get down there to the long side. Check and make sure my risk settings are set. Okay. All right, we got our auto brackets on. Over on this chart should be the same. FCO. Nope, that one's different because it's my challenge account. I will actually look to make, my target will be $2,000, but we'll trail the stop on that chart. And take what we can get out of it. I would expect a little bit of an explosion move past this double bottom at the 5-minute orb to get down into that gap. May or may not get a faster move, but I would like to see a really quick move down there to tap that midline so that I can hit buy 5 on my funded accounts, my 2 Ignite funded accounts. Pop it down there really fast. Come on. Boom, boom, boom. Go, 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 go. The reason I want to see a fast move here is I want to see us get through the top of the fair value gap. I don't want to see a tap and go. I really want to get it all the way down to that support level in the midline of this gap. Go, 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 go. I know, because it's also going to extend far away from the 2-minute 9, and price does not like to get that far away from the 2-minute 9. Oh, come on. You can do better than that. Damn it. Come on. Push your limits. Get down there. 678 point DTR at the moment. Come on. I'm okay with you making a gap here. Let's go. Get down to the midline. Come on. One more 2-minute push. Get us down there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Go. Come on. There you go. Come on. Brady broke the low. Keep going. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, go. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. 1 minute left. All right, I'm taking a long from there. I'm going to move my stop a little bit lower, risking a little bit more than $125 today. The bottom of that gap is 46,000. My stop is going to be at 990. Or 986. That will allow room to touch the bottom and rebalance the gap if need be. We just touched the midline. So I'm risking $202 on this trade, and I will go ahead now and take 5 contracts on the evals as well, risking 125. Actually, I've got to pull those down too. Which I got a little worse price on that, but I'm okay with that. They're evals. I'll risk a little bit more than the 125 there. And we are in our longs. Let's see if we can get back through this bearish gap, back through the 2-minute 9, invert that gap, and start heading back up to the upside to go fill 50% of the opening gap. That would be nice. I don't even need to get up there to get my $300 profit. Basically, I just need to get back to the top of this 2-minute candle here at 182. My target is at 187. So get back inside the 5-minute orb here would be nice. I would like to see a little bit of a faster move out of the gap, but I know we do have the 2-minute bearish gap here to deal with. I would kind of like to see us just blast back through that 2-minute gap into the orb and have a nice big bullish gap that inverts the bearish gap. All right, we're coming up to the 9. I am going to move my stop to break even on the funded accounts. That is a nice strong push so far off of that. I don't want to lose money on the funded accounts. I will might as well just go ahead and move the stop on the evals as well. If this is a harsh rejection off of the 9 and this bearish gap, we could go back and fill the 4-hour gap. And if we do that, I can re-enter at the bottom of that gap, expecting it to rebalance but not invert. But I would like to see us now make a, we're not going to make a bullish gap. Are you kidding? Come on. Come on. Leave that little bitty bullish gap. Leave it there, man. Need to get back above the 2-minute 9. Get a nice strong push to invert that bullish bearish gap. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Let's see, the top of that gap was what? 46,098. Okay. So we get back into that gap. I'll at least lock in. Looks like $55 in profit. Really would like to see us come off of this gap a little bit stronger. At least come off the midline of this gap a little stronger and get back above the 2-minute 2, but 2-minute 9, but it's not really wanting to do that yet. So I'm okay with locking in a little bit of profit there. If it doesn't break quickly to the upside, like I would have wanted it to. And that's a close back inside the 5-minute orb. Let's see if we can stay up there. I would really like to see it stay up there. Oh, you're not going to do it to me, are you? You probably are going to do it to me because you're the market. And when I start thinking I know what's going to happen, you kind of slap me in the face every once in a while. But it is a profit trade regardless. If we don't hit our $300 target, you know, we'll just deal with it. Man, it's trying to pop through that 2-minute 9. That's a color change off the 2-minute 9. I don't like that at all. Really want to see that candle. We've already broken and made the color change, so I don't really like that. Don't like to see color changes when I'm trying to break through it. We may just get a small profit on this one. I thought about maybe closing the trade up at the top there before we hit the 300 profit target, but I'm okay with that. I can always re-enter the trade, right? That's the great part about it. All right, so we've got stopped out there in profit. We'll take a look and see if we come back and reject the midline again, or if we invert that bearish gap and get back above the 9. Do we see from there? I will take another long from the bottom of this gap if we actually rebalance, go down to rebalance it. But we are right down in that 46,000 area. And I just I don't see any bad news coming around the corner or that has come out that would cause price to go down that far. That's what I need to look at. Did the Supreme Court ever rule on the tariffs? Tariff ruling. Trump tariff on the line. Supreme Court decision may spark $1 trillion refund crisis. So I guess ruling significantly limits the authority to impose tariffs without congressional approval, impacting trade policy on November 8th, 2025. Okay, so they did. I completely missed that. I knew that it was supposed to come out, and I knew it was probably going to be a quick decision, and I just didn't pay attention to it. Landmark decision case, which addressed the legality of the tariff authority. 6-3 vote curtailed the president's ability to impose tariffs under Section 301 without explicit congressional approval or in circumstances deemed necessary for national security. That's why we've been dumping off. If it leads to the invalidation of tariffs, the U.S. government may owe billions in refunds to businesses that have paid these tariffs. This situation could create a complex process for managing refunds, as highlighted by various stakeholders during the court proceedings. I guess I should have been paying more attention day by day to that, waiting for that ruling. What's up?
Just thinking, looks like I got my first target.
Oh, okay, cool. We tapped the midline. Yeah, I'm probably going to re-enter if we go down and rebalance it.
For long?
Yeah, I'll go long if we get down to the very bottom of that gap. I took a long off of the midline and passed my Tradeify eval, so now I've got 5 fundeds. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, you know, I completely, what, a week or so ago, I completely forgot that the Supreme Court was ruling on his tariffs. And they did limit his authority to put on tariffs unless it was deemed necessary for national security. So that's why the markets have been selling off, because they're worried the government might have to pay back billions in tariffs that have already been paid. Unless Congress can get it, actually approve the tariffs themselves and get it through Congress, then the tariffs can stand. So that's why we've sold off so fucking hard. Right. Oh, I know. I know the feeling, and it is, when you get to that point, it is so much better. I can testify to that. All right.
But I took that reversal forward back down and sold off 90% of the contract when I took runners and taking the inside flush down through here.
Nice.
And I'm going to trail this pretty tight. I'm not going to get to the back a whole lot.
Right.
Just because there's a high chance of reversing here, so
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah. I'm only up $50 because I stopped out in profit off the midline trade in my funded accounts, but I did pass the Tradeify eval. So I've
So regardless what happens, I made up my losses from yesterday.
right there. You go. There you go. We just hit the pivot point. Shit. I'm going to go long off the pivot point. The bottom of that gap is right at 46,000. So I'll risk a little bit more than 125 and go down to 49.90 on my stop. We are at 728 points on the day, 116% of our daily trading range. We put our quads on the gap itself. On the fair value gap, we just hit the 6.2 and 7.0. Almost made 75% of the gap. And this is the 4-hour fair value gap that we're filling in now. I'd love to see leave 70 or 25% of it open and just jam up from here. It'd be pretty awesome. But we'll have to see. We did get all the way down to 46,030. That is a strong, strong push up. That's $300 profit on 2 funded accounts today, locked out for the rest of the day. I will move to my other 2 funded accounts and wait for a decent trade. I want to see us get back into the opening gap to possibly go fill 50% of that gap. We've only filled 25% of it so far. That is 834. So go to copy trading, clear that, get into my other funded accounts, copy that one with it, save changes. Okay. All right. So that's a $600 win day on the day on my fundeds. And alrighty. Good day going here, guys. Good day going. Put you over to Ninja real quick because I need to mess with my TradingView charts. Oh, hello. And take a look at this. Okay. Man, what a day. What a day. I love it. 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 Let's see. Did I turn it off? Oh, come on. No, it's still on. Okay. Okay. Oh, that'll work. That will work. All right. Back inside the 5-minute orb. Let's see if we can break above the 50% or even go and break above the top of the 5-minute orb again. We are about to make our initial balance as well. And we have the initial balance and the opening candle continuation on the 15-minute chart. We're going to turn off the 5-minute orb on the lower time frame and turn on the initial balance and the opening candle. And at this point, it's going to have to be a really good setup. We're going to have to break the orb or break the initial balance to one side or the other and hold it. I would expect, I'm not looking to take a short breaking the low side of the initial balance. I'm only looking for us to go back up and break the top side of the initial balance and take a long from there to finish filling 50% of the gap, or 50 to 75%, and looking for profits in my other two fundeds on that trade. I do not trust anything going to the short side because of the 4-hour fair value gap that has so far held without completely rebalancing. Not to say we can't go down there and completely rebalance it, but I would not be looking at a short from there unless we can invert it with strength, which would mean we would have, an 800 to 900 point daily trading range at that point. And if we fall off from there, it could get really nasty. So we'll have to see. I still can't believe I completely forgot about that ruling that was coming out the 1st of November. I mean, we're literally towards the end of November, and I'm just now realizing that the Supreme Court curtailed Trump's power to put on tariffs. And I'm wondering why we're down 2,000 points in YM. Yeah. Got to keep up with the news, folks. You got to keep up with the news. So just to take a quick look on the Ignite funded accounts. Yes, I know that we're deactivated because we've made our profit for the day. But this account is now up to 51,162. And this account is up 831. So we are working our way towards payout. $300. $297.60 profit on the day before it closed us out. Yeah, couldn't give us the other $2.40, really? Oh, that's great. That is just so great. Let's see. Max loss limit on that is 49.2. Okay, so we've got all 2,000 on that challenge. This challenge is 48.5. We've got all $2,000 on that challenge as well. Okay. So we need to get these. We really don't need to get these passed. I mean, we can, because we only need one of them to reach our limit. I think it's 5 in top one. It may be 6. I'm not sure. If it's 6, we could actually pass both of them and have 6 funded accounts in top one, and our funded account with Tradeify. So that would definitely get us to have 7 funded accounts would be awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right, we're coming into this big 2 minute fair value gap here. I want to see if we make a higher low here now that we've swept this low on the 2 minute chart. If we make a higher low, get back above the 2 minute 9. Where the hell is the 200? I don't have the 200 on the chart anymore. Let's just, I don't think I can. I don't know if I can throw up another one or not. Let's see. Simple moving averages. Yeah, okay. So the 200 is up at 386, the 2 minute 200. Last time we got close to it, we pushed back down, but we've now hit our liquidity. We could trade back up to it again. We've made a nice 2 minute fair value gap there. That was a really strong push off of breaking the midline of that gap, right off the 75% level of that gap. So I'm kind of liking longs here, but again, in these 2 funded accounts, I'm not going to take a trade unless we break out to the top side of the 1 hour initial balance, which has been made now. We do have our 1 hour initial balance set. Let's see where we go with it. Will not be taking any shorts on the break of the initial balance to the downside, simply because of the daily trading range that we're already at of 730 points, which is 117% of the normal daily trading range. We may just stay in this hourly range all day because, distribution, accumulation, manipulation. We've already distributed 730 points to the downside. So accumulation could very well take place down here today throughout the entire day, or even, at least through the morning before we get another distribution in price. And would also need to see some manipulation on that as well. So we do have some big buy wicks off the 15 minute. So, what kind of accumulation are we looking for? Or are we just looking for that V reversal that can tend to happen at points. So there's our higher low on the 2 minute. Now going to make higher highs. So we did change market structure here, market structure shift here, came back down, made a higher low, going now to break new highs, which would then confirm an uptrend. Where does that uptrend go to? We've got to see. One, I definitely want to see the 15-minute get above the 15-minute 9 EMA and hold it and actually turn it back up into an upward momentum EMA before I start looking for longs. Because right now the lower time frame EMAs, where we're at and where we've moved on the day, is not a reliable indication of whether we're going to start a trend or not. They could just flip back and forth for quite some time down here. So I definitely want to see the 15-minute EMA turn back up into an incline position before I start looking to get into a 2-minute trend. And at that point, I would like to see a nice pullback on the 2-minute, get below the 9, and then break back to get back above the 9 and go from there on a trade. So we may or may not take any more trades today. I am going to leave the charts up and keep everything moving just to keep everything rolling here for a while. But I may or may not take trades. This is why I need more people in my YouTube channel, because I really, really, really would like to be able to chat with folks when the market gets boring and I'm not taking any more trades, because I still sit here and watch the markets and see what's happening. The markets give a random distribution of opportunities, right? You never know when your setups are going to come or where they're going to come at. So it is always good to be on the charts if you can. Just have the patience and discipline not to just try to trade all the time, but watch and see what's going on. You know, we may hear, if this candle does reverse on the 15-minute, we may make a 15-minute swing low here, which would give us some indication. You know, do we then make the 15-minute low, bounce up a little bit, come back, swipe that low, and rebalance the 4-hour fair value gap, and then start moving up, as using the 15-minute swing low as a liquidity sweep? That's very possible. And if that happens, then certainly we should get back above the 15-minute 9 at that point, unless the market is just going to keep selling off until they get some good news that we can start charging other countries some tariffs again, or that we at least don't have to pay back billions and billions of dollars in tariffs already charged. So yeah, I definitely like to stay on the charts. Now that trading is my full-time job, I want to stick around for that randomness of opportunity, right? It just gets kind of boring, and there's only really so much I can talk about as far as the markets go. Until that happens. So until I start getting some people in this chat that are going to start coming in here and talking to me a little bit. So I don't think I put on the VWAP, anchored VWAP from the open, which is 930. Okay. I did not. And that is the New York VWAP. Okay. So we'll also keep an eye on that, see if we break back above it, hold it, and start moving up as well. I did put it, okay, so I did put it on the 15-minute chart. So the 15-minute 9 and the New York VWAP are kind of sitting right together. So it would be nice to see us go and get above that and start turning them into an upward position. We're back at the midline of that 4-hour fair value gap, creating our head and shoulders on the 2-minute chart and creating that 15-minute swing low if we don't go down and break it before the next 6 minutes is over. So I'm going to take a quick break, everybody. For you over here on my top 1 futures charts. I'm going to take a quick break and I will return shortly. Oh, I didn't have my mic on OBS. Okay. So for anybody watching, we are in a long from the push up off the rebalance of that 4-hour fair value gap. Got in it up here towards the top of price action at the moment. We do have a 15-minute fair value gap. And we're currently holding the midline pretty much of the 2-minute. We just went back down to the rebalance point, getting another nice push up. But I'd like to see some strength come out of this. Not quite getting it yet. The 9 is rolled over, but the 21 is still in an upward position, so there's still a chance. But we're also not holding above yesterday's VWAP. We are still above New York's VWAP for today's session. We have moved into the lunch hour, so we'll have to see what happens if we just consolidate around here during lunch, or if we start failing and pulling back down to the low of day.
For a minute. I called this one company called Fletcher's, and she said you have to go through your supplier there for them to set up the beer delivery. Yeah. But she looked on their files to see if they had a company there, and it's not Fletcher's. You can show it on it. She said you have to get in touch with someone here. No, I don't know what your supplier now wants. You might have somebody here that you know, but it's in the same system. It's like the fact that I don't know about your medical supplier. Yeah, but he should have a place that they can recommend and go through and set it up where you can have it so you can get it. Talk to your fella, whoever you talk to at your place. And make sure it's
21 is starting to flatten out. We are staying below the 9. It just took out the lows on the 2-minute on this pullback. Coming down to VWAP at 173. Didn't quite make it down there. Looks like we did invert that gap. Let's see if we can get a fake flip out of it.
We'll head for February, around the last week of February. It's so slow when I get up and when I can. I know some new sign of shit going around. Everybody coughing and got coughing spells and sore throats. That 3 months ago, really, and I feel okay. So what you have to be?
That was back to What is that? Is that a VWAP? Oh, okay. New York VWAP. So we're back below the 15-minute 9. We're still in the 15-minute fair value gap. There's a touch of the New York VWAP there.
Clean up.
9 minutes left on this 15-minute candle.
No, we can't go back.
My stop on this trade is 149.
Brings back up, back to back, and I look at that, and say, how the hell did what's going on? It's all different lines going everywhere. Just show me the money, honey, that just show me the money.
Well, I didn't see that, but that was a little volume imbalance we just touched.
Over the rich district. Oh, God, it's not as big as what they had in
That was a good question. Where is OTE on that push up? Okay, we just touched the 7-0. Oh, damn it. I'm going to jump back in there and see if the 7-0 OTE will hold off of this last push up. That was a pretty good rejection so far off of the 7-0. Love to see it close back above VWAP. Ooh, nice, even nice little push. Still got to deal with getting back above the 9 and the 21 here for us to get back up and break the 200. I do like that 2-minute wick though.
You'll have a pool there too, but it'll be facing the ocean, so think about it. So the house was built like in 18, I think, 3 months. No, yeah, my whole wish. We got a little guest house on the property. And I'm doing also in the park lot above the garage. Right upstairs, and it was me.
And that was a touch of, oh, that was perfect. I like that. So that was a touch off of the 2-minute
Okay, now,
order block opening price right at the 7-0. I mean, to the freaking tick, I do believe.
that would be different in
What was the open price of that candle? 142. The low of this candle was 142. That was an absolute tick off of the opening price of that order block.
oh, the show that.
Just below the 7-0.
Lands man. I love him. Yeah. Oh, that's why. They can't live together. It's so hard to live in off the rocker. If she says we should not plan anything when we take 3 days of your monthly. Yeah, something about. I think it's also around, fine. They just started last Sunday.
Unfortunately, we didn't hold the bottom of the daily open gap, but I'm still not giving up on this trade just yet.
I want the whole season. Put it down, I say up 3 o'clock in the morning.
We did rebalance the 15-minute fair value gap, but we have not inverted it just yet. 4 minutes left in this 15-minute candle.
Really? It takes me all morning to get one cup down. I set it down and it gets cold.
Yeah, this may be. If we invert this bullish gap, I think we're done trying to reach for that opening gap.
Yeah.
Touched the opening price of that order block again. Went down by a point or two after. Need to see another good rejection or else I think we may not make it. We got 3 minutes left to not invert this fair value gap.
The thing about Mountain Dew is the taste of it never goes away when it says it in a can.
I am going to go ahead and add to this trade right here.
Well, I guess I'll go out there with Charlotte right away from my birthday dinner. I forgot this morning to grow so bad, I need to cancel this appointment. Well, later on it gets better, so. Yeah, well, I need to call them about the entertainment, I don't know. They might not even know what's going to play in February. Yeah, right. That's weird. Yeah. Okay, Jerry, that's going to give you that part of the
2 minutes left in the 15-minute candle.
place and see what you have to do to get it here.
Right around the 6.2 here on the 2-minute chart is the bottom of that 15-minute fair value gap. So if we close below that at the 15-minute mark, then we will have it inverted that gap.
We could really talk on what kind of. Dang, this just died to me, really should. Riley girl.
Like to see the 15-minute candle close above VWAP. New York VWAP at least. If not, go ahead and break through the 2-minute 9. Got 1 minute left to the close of the candle. Okay. Does not look like we're going to pull back up. That is going to be an inversion of the 15-minute fair value gap. 23 seconds left. And that does not look very kind. At all. Just the 25% of the 1 hour candle. Okay, so I actually can move my stop even though We held the 25% mark of it, but we did invert the 15-minute bullish and have the possibility of making a bearish here. We're getting a lot of volume coming in here. Come on. Still closing above that order block opening price. That was a lot of buy volume pushing that 2-minute candle back up. But if we break through whoever's trying to hold it up, it's not going to be pretty. Hmm. That was the midline of the order block. But so far, right now, everything is failing. We don't have any 2-minute bearish fair value gaps if we decide to bounce off this order block here. We just got the 15-minute, which hasn't actually formed yet because the 15-minute candle hasn't closed. We have got to get back above some levels here soon, or else this is probably going to fail. Come on, get back above VWAP. Add there. Let's see, close back above VWAP. That's not gonna happen. Maybe. No, not looking good. Not looking good at all. Not looking good at all. Just a 15-minute pullback to go back to the low of day. Wait a minute. Shit. A 7-0 pullback on that. 46,083 is the 7-0 pullback from the chain, from the market structure shift. on the 15-minute. We hit the 6.2. 7.0 is back in the fair value gap. 4-hour fair value gap. Hmm. That's interesting. See if the market structure shift holds. It's probably going to take you out, though, Easel. If we come down to the 7.0, because it's literally one tick below your stop. But I wouldn't risk any more. I would just, if it stops you out and then we see the movement back up, you can always get back in. Or just call it a day. Yep, coming down to the 7.0. There's 84. That just tagged him out. There's 83. Oh yeah, no, right through the 7.0. Back down to the 7.5. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Below, you think?
It could. I really would hate to see it invert this 4-hour fair value gap, though. That's going to be a nasty, nasty market. Yeah. The 7.0 retrace. So the 15-minute had a market structure shift. The 7.0 retrace on that was sitting literally at 46.083. And I was like, oh, don't just tap him out and then take off. But we've come back down to this pivot point that held from the low, which is at 46.037. So I have re-entered along again on an eval, risking below that, risking below the 2-minute low down here, or low of day. See if we can hold the low of day, which is the rebalance of that gap. I really, really hate to see us invert that gap on the 4-hour. Let's see. On the 4-hour chart, what do we got if we invert that gap? Do we have any support below us? I mean, we're talking about 4-hour lows down at 45.609. If we invert that gap, or even all the way down to 45.372. And just falling from there. I mean, that's kind of a double bottom at 45.372 with some fair value gaps down there that could still be, that haven't been rebalanced. God, that's going to be nasty. We start breaking that low. It's just going to be so nasty. If we break the low of day, we're probably looking at close to 1,000 point down day. Wow, look at that sell-off since they... Yep, okay. Hit my daily loss limit on that one. So let's switch over to the other one and see if we can't get a bounce off of the low, of day. I don't have brackets set on this one. Oh, bitch, look at that. You don't. Alright, so we'll just drag our stop down. That's just nasty. I mean, even after the announcement, let's see, February, yeah, I mean, even after the announcement of the Supreme Court, we still went up and made all-time highs. But then we just literally just fell off the earth. After making them all-time highs. We're well below the 4-hour 200. Where's the daily? Oh, we're still well above the daily. That is one hell of a fucking fall. And just big day after big day after big day. And the daily has the double bottom. There are still some fair value gaps down there, but damn. Really? It's a retest of low of day right there. And we're only at lunchtime. I mean, that's crazy. That is the biggest, let's see, let's measure that first day's fall. That first day's fall was 1,000 points off the highs. So we are getting close to matching that. Wow. What we got left in the 4-hour candle? Another hour and 24 minutes. Or is this going to be the short squeeze of all short squeezes? Get everybody falling back in short to low day and then pop. Well, it is a 4-hour fair value gap. A 4-hour candle is going to give us the best information on what we're going to do with it, right? We've rebalanced. We still haven't inverted. Let's take off all of these. God, you gotta be kidding me. Look at that. Lunchtime short squeeze or what? Holy shit. That's $1,100 of locked in profit on the day on that eval. That is crazy. That push off of the low of day is just nuts. Straight back up 2, 4, 6, 8 minutes to get all the way back up to the 2-minute 200 from the low of day. Ten minutes to move 266 points. That is fucking ridiculous. 5-minute range. Or 15-minute range is what it's working on. We're at the overnight, or the Globex VWAP right now. I'm locking in at least another 360 on this trade. Holy shit. 15-minute candle is fucking ridiculous. Just took out 45 minutes of price action in 15 minutes. That's today's, where was yesterday's closing price? Right there. $6.70. Taking out the 5-minute highs. Oh no, I'm not locking in that much. That's how much profit I'm in. Staying back above. Keep my stop just below the 15-minute 21 here. I mean, that is some shit right there. Locking in at least another 145. Easel, do not throw your tablet out the window of your trunk. Fucking ridiculous. Market is a mean son of a gun every once in a while. I mean, it is very, very possible if we get a couple of 15-minute candles like this that we actually pass this evaluation today. That would be crazy. So we have a 5-minute fair value gap that starts at 197. Or are we going to make a 15-minute fair value gap that breaks structure? Folks, the big boys just spoke up. And I'm talking about the big boys with all the money. Because they're the only ones that can move price 300 points in 15 minutes. They do not want to go below 46,000. Mm. I mean, we could grind all the way back down to the low of day from here and just be calling this a 15-minute range after distribution in our accumulation mode, right? But that was huge. That is a huge 15-minute candle. So my stop is at 205. The fair value gap starts at 253. At least the one that's here now. The other one starts at 203. So I'm going to just go break even for now. I've already locked in 1100. I'm okay if we come back down into that gap, but that gives me room. It keeps me below the 15-minute 9, below the 15-minute 21, and down into that fair value gap, the first fair value gap that was made on the way up on the 5-minute chart in this 15-minute push. So let's see what happens. That is just crazy, people. Crazy, crazy price action. And if you can catch some of that, it's freaking amazing. Freaking amazing. I was lucky. I just decided to get in at the low of day on a long at 200 something points to the upside. And I've still got one mini on. I was up to 3 minis on that trade. Which I didn't start adding till we got above New York VWAP, so that could have been a much bigger trade. If we take out this, let me make sure we're on the right charts. If we take out this swing high here, I think we pass this account. Maybe. I don't think it's going to be as fast of a push as the last one. What is that up at? That's the top of the 1 hour. So 46.4. 46.440 is the 15-minute 200, if that's what we're going to reach for, which is also breaking the initial balance high of the day. So the initial balance high of the day is at 401. I am going to start scaling out of this mini. If we push up into the initial balance high, we have 10 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. It did start as a down candle, and we have just swiped another 15-minute high here from the 1130 candle. So we could fall off. I do have my stop just below the overnight VWAP. I'm gonna bring it back down where I was. I just want to stay below the 21 here. It's possible we make this 15-minute fair value gap. We come down, touch into the gap, hit the 15-minute 21, and then bounce. I would like to see us just go attack that swing high up there right now in this 15-minute candle. Okay. But we need to start getting a push because we're almost halfway through the 15 minutes. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. I mean, we just blasted back through an inverted 15-minute fair value gap, a 15-minute bearish gap. So, I mean, that was just nasty. Halfway through the 15-minute candle. We're $700 in profit on this last mini.
Rick,
Yeah. Okay. Missy, stay.
you got a whiskey on there.
Hey, Justin, what's going on, man? Oh,
Are you streaming right now?
yeah, I'm online, but that's fine. You grab one of those chairs. Hey, girly. Hey, girly.
Best.
Mom, can you do me a favor and pull Missy's bed long ways against the cabinet so he can bring his chair in?
Move, Missy. A big dog has to have a big bed.
Yeah, when she stretches out, she takes up the whole darn thing. All right, Missy, go lay down, baby. Or go play with Layla. Go play with Layla. You got a friend in...
Oh, I
sorry. You got
However,
a...
that building 3.
I used to live in 2, but I moved over here. Didn't watch it.
You got a friend in the house. Go play.
Oh, Missy.
Come on in here.
Oh, Joe, she's gonna be jealous.
Heard the smoke alarm's going off today.
Oh, yeah. They're still doing inspections, I guess. They only did one building yesterday. So we've had a really good day so far. I passed this evaluation account, making $1,300 on that one today. I'm locked in $1,100 on this account here, looking to pass this evaluation. I need 500 more in profit. So basically I need price to get up to this level. This 15-minute candle's high up here. But at the very least, I'm locking in 1,100 plus this right here. So we did good on that. I need to watch this one for a minute because I may need to close it a little early. Then on my funded accounts, I have 4 funded accounts right here. I didn't trade these 2 today, but I traded these 2, and on those I made $300 each. That's a funded account that I can actually pull money out of.
You can take it, she'll get it.
So that is $600 of real money profits on the day. Everything else has been evaluation accounts that I've been trading. Um, on this one for a minute. See if we get to 53,000 on that one. So all in all, I mean, it's over a $3,000 day that I've been trading over all the accounts. But only 600 of it is real money that I've traded in the funded accounts. But passing these other ones, now this one becomes a funded account. And if I pass this one, that'll be another funded account. So I'll have a total of 6 funded accounts to trade off of.
You were running 4, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I only traded in 2 of those today. I didn't trade in the other 2 yet. Should have today because obviously we've got the moves in the market. So I'm going to pull this back out full screen real quick. And once I'm done with this trade, I'll kind of explain to you a little bit of what I do and show you the tools I use to do it with. Because this isn't just blind information that I'm trading off of. With 400 more, I'm going to start scaling out of this trade here in a second. Because I've got a few more days to pass this account. I'm not too worried about passing it today. It'd be nice if I could, but
Rick Lord, Clubhouse shipping now.
okay. We're really close to this candle's high right here. So I'm going to take, I've got 10 contracts on. I'm going to take 5 of them off and just go ahead and let the rest run. So now I've locked in $1,600 on this account. Still need, 300 and change. So what I want to see is when we break this high, I want to see us stay above that and continue to move up. And this level right here is basically where I'm looking for price to get to before any kind of downward movement. So I'm going to go ahead and throw my take profit over right up there. Let's see if we can get there. So now all of my orders, this is a risk-free trade. Okay, even though I've already made money on it, I have no risk of losing any money on this trade because my stop will take me out of the trade if it gets down here for another 135 in profit, or I'll get a full 700 in profit from my entry price to here. And that's from 135, that's another 600. So that will pass the account.
This is sort of like options.
This is sort of like options in the fact that we do trade contracts instead of stocks, but it's different in options where there's not as much to learn. It's kind of the best cross between stocks and options. The only reason they do contracts is when futures was created, it was basically a commodities business when farmers were selling their corn or their beef or whatever, and oil, so that when a manufacturer could buy, they're not going to buy just, one head of cattle or 1 barrel of oil. So they made a contract for a certain amount of that product. So in that way, it's options because you're buying more than one of something, but it's like stocks because you don't have, in the options, you have your theta decay. An option loses value over time, whether price goes up or down. You don't have that in futures, where the price is what the value is regardless. So you don't have to worry about all that in this market. And I'm going to go ahead and move up here. Okay, so basically what I use, number one, is make sure the stream is here, and everybody is going to hear me anyway. Actually, let me take it from over here and put it over here. So I use a service that gives me reports on the probabilities of one thing happening over another for like the last, I mean, we could go all the way to 5 years. Okay. But I stay within the 6 month range. Okay. So 6 months, if we have good numbers, we know that's been happening for a while. 3 months, good solid information. And 1 month is where I'll start seeing things change. So when the market starts changing, the probabilities will start changing in that 1 month time frame. So mainly what I use is opening range breakouts. So the first 5 minutes of the market, okay, is an opening range. And this is on the 5 minute time frame. Okay. So what this tells me is over the last 6 months, that 5 minute range has only broken out to the upside 24% of the time without coming back and touching the bottom side of that range. Okay. It's only broken to the downside 19% without going back and touching the top side. It's touched both sides 56% of the time. Okay. And how I use that information, well, if I don't like anything that's less than 70%. Okay. So I want a 70% chance or better that something's going to happen. And so if I go down to, say, the 1 month and see what the current market conditions are doing, nothing's giving me a good chance here. But I can take this and I can go down and break it down even further into the weekdays. Okay. So on Tuesdays, there's a 75% chance over the last month that the 5 minute range will touch both sides of the 5 minute range. So the market conditions are changing. Okay. It's not a one-way market at the moment. We're moving up and down. There's a lot of volatility in the market. So, but the way I use that information is then I can go to my chart and let me just take everything off of here except for the 5 minute orb. Leave the sessions on, take that off, take that off. And I believe this is the 5 minute. Yep. Let me make sure. 9:30 to 9:45. Nope, that's 15 minutes. Let's go 9:30 to 9:35. Why are you? Oh, something else is there. Shit. Let's pull this down a little bit. There we go. Take that one off. Take that off. Take those off. Take all the drawings off. Yes. Okay. So this is one of the indicator that goes along with that report. The company makes the indicators that goes along with the reports. So what this does is this tells me the first 5 minute range high for the green line and the low for the red line, right? So what I look at is I know there's a 75% chance that once it touches one side, it's going to end up reversing and going back to the other side. Okay. So from down here, once we break down to the lows and we break inside, I can take a long or buy the market from here, expecting to go all the way back up to here. It also breaks this down into quarters, which I need to turn one of them on. There we go. Okay. So these gray lines are 25% of the range. Okay. And I see when it gets up here that price can't get above that 75% or 25% level, whichever way you're looking at it. So I'm looking at 75% from the bottom side. So I can go ahead and close my trade there for profit. We come back down, we break through again, and then we break back in with a really strong candle. I can take another long because we still haven't touched the other side of the market yet. Okay. So that's 2 winning trades that I can have in the day based on high probability statistics. So that's how I trade the markets. And I can do that on any 5-minute range, a 15-minute range. I also use the 1 hour range, which is what we're in right now, which is the initial balance. So I'll take 5-minute off. So this is the first hour of the market. Okay. And we came down and we broke below, but rejected it pretty nicely. Again, another long trade. Okay. And I usually trade the 1 hour up to about the 50%, but that was a really strong candle. We got up to 75, got a wick, and then I went ahead and got out of the trade. Just like the 5-minute orb acted, I'm also looking at the 1 hour. Okay. Come back down again, and this is the trade I took here because we came back down, broke again, but closed back inside. So the wicks are the lowest part of the price, and the bodies tell you where it opens and closes at, okay, for that particular time frame, which I'm working off a 5-minute time frame. So we pushed back down, we didn't break this low, and we closed back inside a range, and that's where I took this trade for the long and made this money on this account. Okay. 52.7. Still need about $270 around there. Let's see. It's not breaking through this with a lot of strength yet. So that's how I base my trading off of. And then there's a lot more that goes into how I trade my stuff. But with you, basically, what the first thing I would set you up on is probably the 5-minute orb trade. Okay. What if you decided to get into it? And the reason you would need to be online with me in the morning is because I'd run these reports every morning before the market opens. So you can know the statistics of what's going on. So you would know this morning, as soon as we broke the low and pushed back up, you could take that long trade, okay, and have a winning trade. And that's all you would need to get started. 1 winning trade or 1 losing trade each day. Okay. If you lose your first one, don't want you to trade. If you had an eval account, if you're just paper trading, which this software is what I would be setting you up on, doesn't cost anything to get it. And you can also, they have their own paper trading account. Okay. Fake money, do whatever you want. Right. So, and I still use it when I'm trying new setups and stuff like that. I'm not going to risk my accounts to do that. When we came right up to initial balance high, just haven't broke through it yet on the first hour. But you start off with $100,000 account, but I would tell you to set it for $2,000. And that way you're actually trading with the amount you would be trading with in these prop firms. Okay. Teach you your risk management. I mean, mine's, it's not set on that account because I'm trading this one as a, yeah. So I'm not going to lose more than $125 on any given trade. This platform will automatically close my trade for me as soon as it hits negative $125. So I can put the trade on, don't have to worry about it. And it will take its profit at a certain point as well. Okay. This one I hit max daily loss in. Actually, I think I blew that account. Yeah, I did. Because these two accounts, now that I have 5 funded accounts, I can only pass one of these two. So I got really aggressive with this one, blew it up. Got really aggressive with this one at a good spot, and now we've got it close to passing. Okay, so that's the one account. Let's go back to this one.
So what do you mean by you blew an account?
I lost the maximum I can lose in it, so they closed that account, and it's just an evaluation. It's not a funded account.
Mm.
But like I told you, once you buy an evaluation account, it rebills monthly. So every month you have to pay that fee again. So when I get close to a rebill and I'm not close to passing the account, to me, it's not worth paying the rebill. I would rather just blow the account up or try to pass it. And if I blow it up, wait for the next discount to come along on that prop firm and buy another account. Because especially right now, I have 5 funded accounts. I've got more than enough funded accounts to trade and make a living. I mean, $200 a day, that's $1,000 a day. Bundling all 5 of those accounts together. So I don't need any more than that. Any extra would be fine. These 2 evaluation accounts, if I pass them now, I have to pay an activation fee. Okay. So I'm really not worried if I blow them up or pass them. This one that I was trading, the evaluation account, I paid more for the account, but it didn't have an activation fee. So all in all, it was cheaper. So I really wanted to get that one passed and did that today. So that was nice. But I have a lot of stuff on my charts that you will learn once you get the first trade down. And once you get that 5-minute orb trade down and see that you can make profits with it, then we'll throw another trade into the toolbox. Okay. And as far as an opening range break trade, if you're trading the 5-minute and you're just practicing that trade in a paper account, I would tell you, after you take the 5-minute trade, then mark out the first hour of price action and use the first hour, if you still have time to trade, as another opening range breakout trade. Okay, so without the indicator, all you do on here is just go and take a line and find the first hour's high there and draw that line out, and then go find the first hour's low, which would be at 10:30, which would be the bottom of this candle. So we would just take that line, draw it out, and now you have a new opening range, a 1-hour opening range. Okay.
Can you explain the candle to me?
Yeah. These candles, we have many different time frames. Okay. But no matter what time frame, the candles are the same. Okay. So let's just say with an up candle, price ends higher than where that candle started. Okay. You have the body of the candle, which is the color, and then you have the wicks on either side. So this candle opened at the bottom of this body because it's an up candle. So it closed higher than it opened. Okay. On a red candle, it's the same thing. It opens here, but it closed lower than it opened. But the wicks tell you how far price actually went in that 15-minute range. Okay. So this candle,
that 15 minutes represent, the color represents the 15 minutes.
well, the color represents the open and close of the candle. The entire wick to wick represents the 15 minutes. Okay, so the candle started here, and say in the first 5 minutes, it came down to here, and then it started moving up, and then before 15 minutes was over, it pulled back and closed right here. Okay. So that's how the candles operate. And that gives you a lot of information because the majority of the volume, so majority of the buyers in this candle operated within the body's price range. Okay. So there's a saying in trading that the wicks do the damage, the bodies tell the story. Okay. So a lot of times I will ignore the wicks because I'm looking at body closes and seeing where price is actually starting to move to. So I use something called a fair value gap, which is a gap between the first candle's wick and the third candle's wick. Okay, these wicks don't touch each other. You can see how down here the wicks come back and touch each other a lot. Okay, if they don't, they leave a gap. And on a bullish candle or up candles, okay, so 3 up candles created this gap right here. That should be a strong area that holds price. So you can see this candle so far, and it may do something different, came down to the midline of that gap and then pushed back up. Now I'm looking for it to actually go take out this candle's high. Okay, that's just one more tool that I have that shows me strength or weakness in the market. Okay, if that gap failed and we closed below it, then that shows me weakness, because the buyers in this body that kept price from touching the wicks should still be in control of the market. Okay. Now that we've already reached initial balance high, the first hour's high of the day, we may not. We may roll back over and come all the way back down here to the lows and just bounce in this 1 hour time frame. Okay. Certainly always possible. But this candle right here, this 15-minute candle, was super, super strong. And no amount of me and you trading in the market can move price like that. That's hedge funds, banks, retirement funds. I mean, huge money. That's probably hundreds of millions of dollars that just got transacted right there. So when that happens, that tells me that the big players are now getting into the market. They like where price came to, and that's where they want to start buying the market back up, which was at a big round even number, right at 46,000 in the Dow,
And what is this?
Dow Industrial.
Contract for?
I trade the Dow Industrial Average, so it's
This is the Dow?
yeah. So this is the biggest 30 companies in the stock market, mega cap companies. I also trade the NASDAQ, which is the top, or has 100, but it's tech related. This is more manufacturing companies, where the NASDAQ and the SPY are heavily tech related. This asset, the Dow, just to me seems to have cleaner price action. If we look at the NQ, which is the NASDAQ can get pretty back and forth a lot, have really big wicks. So, price can move.
Kind of trending down overall though, isn't it?
Yeah, we have been since we made all-time highs. So the market made all-time highs back here, and it's just been coming down ever since.
How
Some
long
nice
ago was that?
pullbacks. That was back October 30th. Now the Dow just made its all-time highs about 5 days ago, and then it started falling off. Yeah, we made all-time highs November 13th, and then just fell off from there, which tends to happen. This is a little bit bigger of a pullback than anybody expected, but also I think the Supreme Court just ruled against Trump on his tariffs. So the Supreme Court says Congress needs to approve tariffs. You can't just throw them on unless it's for national security. Then he can put tariffs on. So the market didn't like that one bit because we may possibly now have to pay back billions of dollars to companies who have paid tariffs to the U.S. that Donald Trump put in place.
So that we can make money.
Well, yeah, but now the Supreme Court said he doesn't have that power. Now, I don't think they're going to make anybody's going to be able to get a refund. But the
What would
market,
make them,
let's just say like Motorola.
Yeah.
You know, when he put tariffs on Motorola because it's a Chinese company or Japanese company, well, that doesn't involve national security. So they say they've already paid, you know, $200 million in tariffs on their products. With the Supreme Court's ruling, they may be able to take him to the World Trade Court and get a ruling to get a refund on the money that they've paid. I don't think they're going to get it, even if the trade
I
court.
get what you're saying about that. I'm saying like, how come they would tell them not to do tariffs?
It's the way they interpret the Constitution. And I mean, we do have a majority conservative court. Everybody pretty much expected them to rule with him because I believe the executive branch should have that power because tariffs is basically foreign policy.
Mm,
And the president always has complete control of foreign policy when he's in office. But I didn't listen to all the arguments. I listened to a portion of it. But they decided 6-3 that to do anything other than national security tariffs, that he needs Congress's approval for it. So they just screwed us big time because there's no way the Senate's ever going to approve any of that because we don't have enough senators. We can get anything through the House, but until the midterms, if we take the Senate, hopefully, at least 60 senators, then we'll be able to pass whatever we want. And he'll go ahead and get tariffs pushed through right off the bat.
Now, the only problem I would see with the tariffs for us would be if we're charging them more to some things here, then that means us as buyers, the price goes up.
Not really. I mean, you might see maybe a 1 to 2% increase in prices on something. But I mean, when you're talking about a $70 TV, so it becomes a $77 TV, in the psychology of buyers, that's not really a difference.
Well, what would be the benefit to us as consumers to have the tariffs?
As consumers, nothing. But as Americans, everything. Because you're talking about trillions of dollars coming in that could pay off our debt.
If they do the right thing with it.
Well, and that's exactly, you know, why we need the Senate in the midterms, because if we can get control of the Senate, then Congress, even if they didn't need to approve the tariffs, they could pass a bill saying that the appropriations for those tariffs have to go, this percentage of it has to go to pay off the debt. This percentage can go into infrastructure. You know, Donald Trump wants to give yearly checks to Americans, $2,000 a year as dividends from those tariffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, that could be in the bill as well. So every year we'd get an extra $2,000 refund because we're pulling in money from tariffs. So, I mean, the first 3 months of the tariffs, the Treasury's had an extra $25 billion surplus just because of the tariffs. I mean, that's $75 billion in extra surplus to help pay off the debt just in 3 months. I mean, in 5 years, we could pay off a ton of debt and get ourselves back on good ground again. But so I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for the midterm elections to get us both houses. because otherwise he'll never get his agenda through if we can't get things through the Senate.
It seems like he's constantly got people working against him.
Yeah, the left will never give up. And I
Even if
kind
it
of,
benefits everybody, they still want to screw it over.
yeah, just because they want to fight the other side. I'm so sick of this. You know, I mean, politicians, yeah, they might have had different ideas. They might not have liked the way other people thought, but at least they worked together to try to find a compromise to get things done for the people. Now it's just the left's never going to work with the right. And there's a few people on the right that will never work with the left, but the majority of Republicans will sit down with Democrats and say, okay, let's find common ground. They just won't do it. And that just pisses me off to no end, which is why I think they should just go ahead and get rid of the filibuster in the Senate. If they get rid of the filibuster, we only need a 50 person vote in the Senate. It doesn't have to be a 60 person majority anymore. It's just a 51 person majority would be able to pass a bill. Everybody calls that a slippery slope because what happens when the next time the Democrats get in charge? But I think if we did it now,
It's the same thing with the tariff.
yeah, but if we did it now, I think this administration could put in place so many good laws and change the structure of the way things are being done. And by the time Trump's term ends, I don't think the Democrats could win again. Because even left-leaning liberals would have to see the improvements that would be made in the country over the next 3 years. And they couldn't argue with it.
That's why
But
they distracted with social media so they don't see the
Yeah.
improvement.
yeah, and way too many people watch mainstream news for the last 10 years. I don't watch it anymore. I go to independent news on the internet and then do my own research to make sure they're telling the truth too. But it's just nuts. I can't believe people act like this just over politics. But yeah, I mean it's not hard, especially when you have, like I said, that website, and that website's $49 a month, but you don't need it because you got me, and I do those reports every morning. So, but that right there is gold. It would take me months to go back and pull all this data from the market. And with AI, maybe not, but I don't need to do anything. All I got to do is pull up the website, run my reports in the morning, and I have all the information I need. And I'm pretty darn sure they're just using AI to pull all the stats on a daily basis and put it all together. And once I start getting payouts from these 5 funded accounts for $250 a month, they actually have automation on their trading. So I can put in the report that I want basically the bot to trade. And when it sets up on the charts, it'll take the trade, it'll get out of the trade, it'll do everything for me. I don't even have to be at my computer to be trading. But it's $250 a month. I'm not going to pay that right now.
You should.
Because I have nothing else to do but sit here for a couple hours every day.
And when you say every day, is it 7 days a week?
No, the futures market's open 23 hours a day from Sunday night at 6 p.m. to Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. So all day Saturday, and I don't trade the evening sessions because that's basically just Asian traders. They start trading at 6 o'clock in the evening, and they stop trading at about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. London starts trading at about 3 o'clock in the morning and goes to about 11 o'clock our time. And then New York starts up at about 7 o'clock in the morning and trades till 5 o'clock in the evening.
Now, the other countries are affecting that.
They trade, and honestly most of the price action. So let me go back to my trading view charts. So I have market sessions. Okay, they're on. Okay, so those blue boxes, this is just the New York session. Okay, from 9:30 in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, and that's all I'm looking at is what's within these boxes. But you can see Asia and London actually drove price down overnight. But that's more information that I have, because that gives us what we call a gap from the close to the open of New York session. And we have stats on how many times that gap gets filled. What's the probabilities of that gap getting filled? So that's another setup that I can take, or a trade I can take, if I see the market trending towards filling that gap up to this point. Okay. So like a breakout to the first hour that doesn't come back inside. So price could break out, come back and retest, but as long as it doesn't close back inside and then starts moving up again, now I know I've got confirmation that we're going to fill that gap, and I can take that trade. If we break out but then come back inside, one of two things can happen. It can come down to the 25% level. I have stats on that. It can come down to the 50% level. I have stats on that. And then go back up, and I can take that trade. If it ever breaks and closes back below 50% of that level, I no longer want to take the trade, because now you're getting very low probabilities of moving back up and higher probabilities. Missy.
It's just me.
Higher probabilities of it going all the way back to the downside. So again, the reports are just gold. It makes my job a lot easier to know where the probabilities are. And when the probabilities start changing on one setup, I just look for another setup that has the higher probabilities on it. And I start trading that until the market changes again. Yeah, the 5-minute opening range trade is super easy. There is one setup that is a little bit easier to trade if I put on the SMAs, but lately in the market it hasn't been working out all that great. It kind of did today a little bit, or the other day. So these are called moving averages. So this red one is a 200 moving average. It calculates the last 200 candles and gives you the average price of those last 200 candles on whatever time frame you're on.
It was during New York's time frame.
Well, this runs 24 hours. So those moving averages, but this price action right here is New York's.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. This is a 21 moving average. So what I look for when we get really close together is I look for a big movement one way or the other. Okay? But you can see when it did that here, it did go further up. So from about here at 327, so it moved up about 40 points, but that's in the overnight session where it doesn't move very far anyway. But 40 points would be a good trade, okay? But then there was no continuation there. It just immediately came back. We got into that again. So if you're looking at just New York, this is where the trade would have failed, at least your first trade, okay? So you're in a narrow session, then you get 2 bars, a powerful move up that closes above the 200. According to that trade plan, I would take a long there for looking for price to continue further up. But it doesn't. That's the manipulation in the market. And then it comes down And if you took a short here, again, you get stopped out because the market manipulates every once in a while. The big players always manipulate the market, move down that you're looking for. And then it pulls back a little and then goes down. And then you come back into a narrow range and you get another bar down that breaks the low of all these bars and you go further down. And it just repeats that cycle until price gets too far away from the 200 and it wants to go back to it. Price always wants to go back to these prices once it creates space between them. Okay? And you can see that happen over and over and over again. Gets too far away, it wants to go back to it. Well, as this is falling, as the average price is falling, price is still pushing back up until finally we come back and meet. And this is where we decide what we're going to do. This is where the bigger players in the market start pushing money around, right? Because they're at an average price in their positions. And that's where they start making moves. And it just happens over and over and over again. Gets too far away, comes back. Gets too far away to the upside. Price just stayed stagnant until the average price caught up. And then they move the market up further. Time and time again. So you can literally trade off of these two lines right here. It's just not as reliable because there's no real stats and probabilities being able to be set on that. Yes, the same thing happens over and over again, but you get caught up in that manipulation a lot as well. So you might lose your max daily loss in one day. Then it takes you 1 to 2 days to 3 days to make that money back up. Whereas trading with probabilities on certain setups, my win rate's a lot higher. Because I love this setup on like a 2-minute chart. Because it's a little bit easier to see. And you can also take your profits a little quicker if it starts coming back on you. Right? So basically what I would want to see is, we're in a narrow state and we get this push up that goes above the line. I want to see it retest that line and then break this high. That gives me confirmation. And it didn't do that. It came back down and closed back below the line and then screwed around a little longer. Then we got to move down. Well, I want to see the retest of that. Well, it moves further down, retests, hits the blue line, and then we go and break this low. That's where I get into a short. Okay. And I trade it down to here, and the very first white bar I see, I get out of the trade. Okay. That's a very simple system as well.
What does the white mean?
The blue, on this chart, the blue candles are down candles and the white candles are up candles. I don't typically work with green and red just because a lot of my indicators and my lines are green or red. So I typically work with blue and white candles, and my indicators have the green and red colors on them. So nothing really mixes together. I can see the difference between candles and the indicators. I just haven't changed all these charts yet. So all of these moving averages are getting really close together. But that's not a strong move because there's a lot of red in there. I want to see 2, 3, 4 strong green candles and then a pullback to retest and then go break that high. So we may not get up to that today. We have broken the high. Let's see where we're at as far as price. 52,750. Oh, go on, push, go on, go. Get up to that blue line, go. Up here, keep going. That's the 1 hour. Let's see. Go back to the 5 minute. There we go. Yeah, right back at the 5 minute 200. So I want to see it break above and hold. Oh my goodness. How many contracts we still got on? 5? Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. I need $150 more. Come on.
Where you wanted to go to that green line?
Yeah, up here. That should pass the account.
Can you just lower that green line to where it's at?
I could, but then I wouldn't pass the account. I've got to get to $53,000
Within
to pass the account.
within 1 day?
No, just whenever. But now that we've broken, I can raise this up and lock in at least more profit. So if it does come back on me, I'll be closer to passing. And at this stage, no matter where it closes today, whether I pass it today or not, I'll pass it tomorrow. Because if I've only got to get $200, $300 to pass the account, I can do that tomorrow, no problem. In fact,
So how long do you have to pass it?
an infinite amount of time. Like I said, they just rebill you every 30 days.
So let's say make
say
$2,000.
yeah, you have to make 3,000 before you lose 2,000. So you can't go below $2,000 in losses at any given time with it before you make the 3,000. And once you make the 3,000, just think lose. Okay, we're on the trade there. So I need 240. I need 3600 more to pass the account. But that was a $2,200 trade. Now, I would never size that big in my funded accounts because I could also lose that $2,000. So I don't even try to. I'm just looking to make $200 to $300 a day, which is easy to do across those 5 or 6 or 7 accounts, however many I end up with, and just copy trade on each account. Take one trade, it makes me $200 times 6 accounts, $100 a day. But then once, like the funded accounts, once you pass the evaluation, you get your funded account. You're back on the same rules. You got to make 3,000 before you can request a payout, but before you lose 2,000. And your balance moves up with you the entire time. So you can see that hasn't changed because this is the end of the day. I started the day not being able to go below 48,560. Because I was at
Nice.
50,560. And plus 506,000 profit. You start with 50. And your max loss is 48,000. But once I made 560, my max loss moves up with it. I'm only allowed $2,000 to lose instead if I'm in profit. Okay. So if I go down, say I start with the 50K and I lose 500 the first day, now the next day I've only got $1,500 I can lose. But as soon as I go back above 50,000, I'm back in profit and I had my full $2,000 again. So then once I move up to 50,500, I can't go below 48,500. So that moves up as you move up in profit. Okay? But then once you reach 3,000, that's what we call a trailing max loss. Once you get above 3,000, that max loss stops. It no longer trails you. So now if you work to say 55,000, now I've got $5,000 for stops at 52,000. So let's just say I make it to 60,000. Now I've got $7,000 I can lose instead of 2,000. And that gives you a bigger buffer to play
And
with.
you're still profitable.
Yeah.
And then you make more money.
Yeah. If you've got that big of a buffer, then you start trading a little larger.
add an extra contract into your trade, make greater profits. And still avoid making big losses. Same time. Why? Did mama take you out?
So if what you're doing is, based on like the NASDAQ, are you buying the NASDAQ contract or
Yeah.
is there like little contracts inside of the
Well-
NASDAQ that you're buying?
Missy, go.
Really?
Go lay down. There are different sized contracts. So you have minis, which are the big contracts. Then you have micros, which is 1/10 the size of a mini. Okay, so I'm trading micros because $2,000 can't handle a mini. You'll lose your money like too fast. But that's the only difference. So you're not buying. You're basically buying an ETF. Because you're not buying the individual stocks inside the NASDAQ. You're just buying the NASDAQ, which is basically just an ETF. But these future
Remember ETF, but I kind of forgot what it was.
exchange traded fund, it's just a group of companies, like in the energy sector,
Like the
there's
Dow.
an ETF sector for energy companies.
ETF.
The Dow is basically an ETF.
NASDAQ.
Yeah, but one contract of this costs $46,300 something. So that's how they leverage it when you buy a mini contract. You have to have so much money. And that part of it I hate over in the restaurant.
Mhm.
But that's the other great thing is, I don't care what the companies inside the NASDAQ are doing. I don't care what the companies are doing, I don't care, I pay attention to news because it can affect the market. But I only trade off price action. The only thing I look at is what is the price? Is it going up, is it going down, where are my levels? What kind of setup am I trading, and what's the probabilities of it? So I don't have to do all the other research. The only thing I have to keep track of is when is Trump putting out a tweet. It's literally the market just goes nuts. If he's talking about anything financial. Yeah. It can go just smash down, it can blast up. So I tell everybody, just keep True Social up on your computer, or phone, or whatever. And you see it, tweet come out, get out of whatever position you're in. To see what the market does with it. Mom, have you taken Missy out? Okay. Yeah, I need to take her out. I'll take it. Lay was good about staying with you outside. Yeah. Taking over there in the field. Laying over there.
Missy, come. Yeah, I know Daddy said out, I'm going out.
Nice full day.
Yeah.
Really enough.
Probably got some help there at the swimming. But You got a bag? Hey, girl. Thank, I just got back from the post office, my mailbox in the clubhouse. Thanks for my box. My thanks. Yeah, well, I had to have one now. Huh? No, I didn't get the card, that one. I looked at the sales receipt in the box and said, from you, I said, oh, I know what's going on. Good. You have to have a $500 deposit. You get it back? Damn. Do they think you'll fly back with it? Yeah. Well, you still got the February, honey. Just stay home and don't spend no money. Like you said, I've got a credit card, you got a credit card, we'll run that sucker off. You know, at least you know you get it back. When did they give it back to you? Once you get back to Michigan or here? Mm. Of course. I hate talking to people and asking questions. And they don't have time to answer what they're asking. Oh, probably some foreign girl. Oh, God. So who do you make your deposit to your company or to a different company? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Oh, yeah. Sure, we'll know before that. They get all the waivers paid before that. All right. You're safe. I'm down. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna cut this guy's hair Saturday. He is so damn picky. I haven't cut it yet, but he's real picky, he says. And so his wife finally called me and said, can you cut Kenny's hair on Saturday? I said, yeah, give me a time and let him have time to drink a glass of wine and take his battery. And I said, send me one too. Can't believe a man's so damn picky about his hair. Sometimes some of them's worse than women. Mhm. Oh, Lord. Okay, honey. Well, we're taking a nap. Oh, I'm sitting on the tripod, so I don't have to watch it. Mhm. All right, honey, I'll talk to you later then. All right, bye-bye. Right, well, it's all good. Ain't much. During the day, I'm fine. We need to do it tomorrow. Mm. I take enough medicine, I don't wake up. I take enough sleeping medicine, I don't wake up. I can't today, I'm going out to dinner with my daughter and then tonight at 5. Yeah, okay, sounds good. All right, honey, thanks. Bye.
Oh. Okay.
They can't do it, they won't change the numbers on it. Try to get into it, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
When I got that TV, it was right.
Yeah, I don't know why we were doing this now. That's what it is like that.
And I love it.
TV's changed every 3 months.
I get up to the point. Now it will send me a code. They show phone number, ended in 48, I don't remember that phone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
It changed, I recovered your account, yeah.
As I said, just between, if you actually want to watch YouTube, you have to do it on your TV. Between Pluto and the Free Live and Direct TV, it could be enough to watch. Look on Pluto, so on the list, you can find a homework. Probably could only find it by the time you're trying to sign in. You want to take the cops? Who do what? Oh. Well, I ain't nothing but that damn McMuffin, I'm hungry. I'll fix a sandwich. Only for about 3 hours before we're gonna be dinner. Yeah.
Eric Center. There's a long time, I don't remember, I'm not there.
Yeah.
Asking out of it.
Ch-